Oh, it just like kicked me out. Contact Bryony. So I'm done, huh? No money. 2.13. Got some money for that. Let's go back and try to finish Oscar Guzman so that this thing starts being passive income. Nope. Oh, good, they're not on the roof anymore. Oh, no, they are on the roof. But let's teleport here and see if it fixes that. Now, when I retravel, will it load them on the ground? Yes, it will. Or no, they seem stuck there.
Everything's 5 by 5, Captain.
I don't think this isn't a very important part of the game for me, but I think it is cool that it's there. Oh wow, there's like a whole set of machines I can put down. Runner's Rush. Hogs Rock. Here. Runner's Rush. Oh, okay.
Nothing to report.
Keel Hauler is a legendary pistol. Let's test the action on it. Uses 43 MI. It has Stagger, Berserker, and Frenzy, and it's got a bunch of like cool stuff on it. Let's test the action on it. No, thank you. I don't know. Maybe the damage is super high on it. Oh, 285. Well, yeah, but the. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. As far as damage goes, the Q Hauler is good. So cool. We got a new weapon, I guess. I think you would sit in where the good deeds is. No, I think it goes on my wall, which is sort of sad. Let's go put it on the wall. But it is good gun for the wall. Okay, let's go get Oscar Guzman done. But first, I want to do a. We've got to go to the bunker. Yeah, is it nice and warm? Good kitty. Okay. Yeah, it's a good kitty. Hi. Okay, gotta go to preferences, and we're going back to the Chumash bunker. Okay, this nice keel hauler, it goes on the wall. It's unfortunate that I can't put it there, but this keel hauler, unfortunately. But it's a nice keel hauler, it has pretty good damage. It staggers and stuff. It had a terrible mag of 6, but it has. So it's like, it fires 3. I mean, it is a good weapon. I think I would prefer to use it over, like, I don't know. I use my shoddy. I use my chain guns because they're, like, pretty good at controlling things. I like this more than this crappy good deeds. So we're going to go put the. I'm going to put the good deeds away because the good deeds isn't a weapon that I actually like. I mean, the mag's nice on it, but the damage is worthless. It's like 40 times 30 is 1200. Yeah, the other one is like 1800, and it's like a better gun. Yeah, and I think I want it lower too. I wouldn't mind it being in my 3 slot. I want to bump the guns all down. We'll put the good deeds away because it's a good gun. This advanced shoddy is actually better than the shoddy I'm using, apparently. Where's the shoddy I'm using? Wait, those are all the weapons I have. Where's my shoddy that I'm using? Yeah, that guy. You don't have that? So what am I currently using right now? Oh, underprivileged rev is 211. Oh, okay, underprivileged rev, so sort by value. Underprivileged rev is actually better, yeah. It's 211, has Med-Def Furious and Titanium build. It's light. Keel hauler. But yeah, this, unfortunately, this poison shoddy isn't as good as this underprivileged Rev 55. It's a 12 mag shotty, exactly like this. So no, this is a 16 mag shotty with 169. This thing has significantly more damage. The keel hauler's good. Yeah, I think I will actually stick the keel hauler on my bar. Oops. So, we'll put you on the 3 key. And I'll put the underprivileged rev on 4. And the infant tongue on 5. Hi, pretty kitty. You want to sit on my lap? You can if you want. Yeah, you want some lap? Okay. Yeah, you had a busy day outside. You got to visit home and stuff. Yeah, you're good, doing real good, aren't you, kitty? This advanced mag storm, I don't know, but I think, yeah, actually I would prefer the micro gun first because it has the bigger mag. And then, yeah, the other stuff is like backup mags. Oh, look at the pretty kitty. Yeah, and this poison shoddy. Yeah, it's still just not as good, but it's a nice poison shoddy. I kind of want to give it to one of my minions or whatever. Yeah, what about... Oh, look, it's Coracane. Oh, no, not Coracane. Yeah, Coracane's with me, is she? What gun are you using? Yeah, you've got a nice thing, but you don't seem to have a gun. You don't appear to have a gun. Coracane, let's trade gear. No, she's a colonist, but she doesn't have a gun, so give her this... This poison advanced shoddy. It uses ammo caseless. So I have to give her ammo, I think. Caseless, caliber caseless. Give her like 1. And that should be enough. Oops, no, I do want to trade gear, yep. And then I want you to wear... Or sorry, equip that poison shotgun. .50 caliber caseless, 50 cal. I don't know, is that the right thing? I don't know, I don't think it is. Yeah, she didn't have a weapon, huh? I don't know. There's like crew assignments that I need to work on, I think. I want a bigger crew than I have. I think I've done everything here I want to do. The Curse, the Tesla Modified XM. Yeah, that was a nice pistol. And this is a rare shotgun with 282 damage. Yeah, that Curse shotgun. I'm going to keep all the named weapons that I find. I do really genuinely love this game. But I've been playing a lot of it. And I think I shall go do some 76. I don't know, I feel like I'm having more fun playing this. It's whatever. Okay, we are back in the Chumash bunker. We will try to get a truck mission. Or we could go steal supplies, I guess. Yeah, that would be something. It would be save me some money, I guess. I don't know. 75,000 isn't much. Let's buy supplies, whatever. 262. We'll see if we pull the truck mission. Nope. Okay, first of all, I've got an ailment. Lacerations and tissue infections and such. Let us sleep to get this ailment gone. I think she's exhausted and hungry and thirsty. It's a little better, but now I think she's like thirsty and hungry too. Yeah. So bad so that it's like nerfing my bar. God, the music's so good. Ship parts. Should not be in my inventory. Very cute jump, kitty. Good job. Junk flush and such, but I am looking for food. We'll go down and have chunks, beef, chunk cake, cheesesteak, chunks wine, and a Terra Brew espresso and a macchiato. Macchiato sounds good. Okay, that did, I think, solve most of my problems, but I'm gonna sleep again for 24 more hours. New homestead on Titan. Soul system. Charge my headphones. I guess I'll eat dinner. Make it too big is what I do if it did, or there, that's better. Witcher 3 is $4 right now. Oh, I should buy a ship, huh? Okay.
Got to get the sights on my gun adjusted.
Hey, I'm spending some money finally. Cool. Okay, now I have another ship following me. I think this is stuff that they farmed. Yeah. I took away all the chests, and I guess they fill these chests, which I didn't know. Yeah, they like fill these chests, which is cool. Let's go look at the cockpit on this ship, because I'll move. I'll move in a second. I don't lose my stuff. Oh, this is the spacer hyena. Cool, I own this ship. I can just take everything. Oops. Please don't do that, you piece of shit developer. Oh, oops. I left my flashlight on. Oh yeah, I usually keep Samco on my ship because Coracane. Yeah, who else is here? Aleric Vern. Oops.
You don't.
Like some kind of case, I guess. Ooh, it's desktop picture frame. And this is a big ship. It just keeps winding around. Ooh.
Nobody can stop the crimson.
No, it's the exact same cockpit as the one I have, I think. Yeah, this is the exact same cockpit. So cool, but I'm gonna switch ships again. Why not put solar panels all along the top of it and the sides and just have that run all that power and steam and engine and all that stuff? Solar panels will change everything. Boom. New ship. Much bigger ship. Oh, my cockpit changed. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Or yes, it did. My cockpit changed. Oh no, maybe it's just loading in. Maybe it's just loading in, actually. It's so busy, it has to load in. Maybe it's just loading in is what it's doing. I don't know. Oh, I think my cockpit changed. Well. Oh well. Or I don't know, maybe yeah, maybe it is just loading in slowly. We'll see. Survey, reject. We picked up a lot more missions. We're working on Echoes of the Past. We gotta go to UC Vigilance. We're going to Sol. Oh, my cockpit changed. You know, that was a lot of fucking work I lost.
You're clear to dock at docking port 1. The commander will be waiting for you in operations.
Too long. Yeah, I bought all these hauler ships. Local auto trade. Oh no, you can't do ore, huh? Energy cells in Grand Exchange 1. Confirm. This will hopefully put these guys to work.
Delgado? Yeah, sure. Rather fly into the sun.
so now this guy's going off to trade. And they've got to like figure out how to do that. Yeah, they're all starting to get their like ideas about what they want to do. That's the king. He hasn't figured out what to do yet, but he will. And as they do, they will make me more money. As for me, all those ships I set up, I'm done with. Oh. No. Find some silicon wafers so I can watch my ship space truck. Don't disconnect me. Well, I'm learning not to decorate my interior because Bethesda's so glitchy and buggy that it just gets erased if you switch ships at all. And I'm learning not to decorate. Look, it wiped the whole ship. But honestly, I had some good content while I experimented and decorated with the ship. I need to put a bunker down, but that's all I really need. The bunker will never change. This is awesome. I kind of set myself up like a viewport, although I can't see it out the other end of it, which is annoying. But the other end is the cockpit, so... And I lost a lot of my work except for those desktop digit frames for whatever reason. Those saved. Don't know why, but they are cool at least. At least they're cool. All those fireplaces are gone, but at least it's like faster performance in here now. I don't know what else. I guess I go and board. At least I have better vision now. I liked having all those lights in here were like did change how the ship looked too, and I guess this is better. Let's go board, I guess. Yeah.
What I wouldn't give for a crack at some of that.
Okay, let's go see if I can get a truck mission. I'm on a live server. I want to go to private. Oops.
We hunt piracy all across the
You're back. Then things are moving forward.
Nice job, Brooke.
I was certain we'd fool Delgado. Did you discover legacy? Wait a moment.
I suppose. We assumed it. Well, let me see what we... Nope. What do you think?
I think there's no... Delgado's... What's your next move? Clever, Delgado. vodka?
Maybe I should head out the new.
No. There's more. It's imperative. If the Crimson, I need you both dismissed.
That like wait, this does. I think this is the most pure damage I have actually though. I need to put like a better scope on it maybe. Need to put a like a bed and a thing down in my ship. I like the blue lasers on it. This music's good. No way. I should decorate the bunker. The bunker will never go away, but the ships will. And I'll use the shooting gallery as like a bedroom, and I'll set up like dope ass shit in there. The bunker ended up being the best mod I bought to get away from Bethesda, really. Undock. Okay. Okay, I want to go back, and if it messed up my cockpit, I wouldn't mind switching ships, honestly, and fly something else. Let's go fly something else. I want to go back to home. Oh, I'm in Seoul, huh? United Colonies. Okay, so wait, I want to get up. I guess that's the first thing. We want to put the bunker down in this one, so. Okay, so over here, I want to put, oops, stop. I spent so much time building this, I almost want to go back to where I didn't lose the ship, but I couldn't. Decorating's worthless because they just fucking force you. In the end, I'll decorate a real, like I'll permanently end a that'll be like the reward for capping out achievements, is I'll pick a permanent ship that I decorate, that I don't need to switch for any of their missions because I'm done with everything but Radiant quests. But yeah, but until then, I would like to switch into something with a bigger cockpit if possible. Let's go see, so I guess that means flying to... back home, I guess, yeah, but we have a United Colonies bounty. Yeah, let's just go back to UC, I guess, and just pay the bounty, it's fine. Go back, and we're going to Alpha Centauri. Okay, click it, please. So Sam, the little girl's here somewhere. I want to give her books for XP because I moved Sam Coe to the outpost. So I just have to find the little girl. She might just be standing on the roof. We'll see. Yeah, it appears that she is.
That your ship that landed not too long ago? Sure is something.
Everything looks good on my station, Captain.
No, I'm looking for Cora Coe, not Cora Kane. Where's Cora Coe? I'll put Sam Coe on the ship that I'm gonna requisition. Okay, so I like this ship, but I've been using it for a long time. I want to sleep until it's daylight so I can see the ship. Boarding that shuttle fucked up my fucking build, and it angers me. But it's I've been in that ship for like a year, so I mean, it's fine. I don't mind. I'd rather it was there defending me. Truck. Come on, truck. Nope. Oh, damn it. There, much better. I really wish I could get this hab on a ship. Really bad. Heller's up here for some reason. Beautiful. Cool. Let's go check it out. Hopefully the cockpit's at least a little better, or at least the same. Looks like the same. Same old Stradicklin cockpit. Nova Galactic Cabot C4 Bridge. Yeah, that looks better. So, same cockpit. Oh no, maybe not the same cockpit. Let's see.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
No, this cockpit's worse. I think. Let's go see the ship. This is just a dead area.
Something to say? Say it then. Have you lost your... You are in no... You have murdered... House Varun has nothing to... My positioning, after all that you have... What is there to say? No, but it... Do you realize how... I'm not giving up. I am going to do my best to get past this. The next time, it would do you well.
Been keeping busy out there? I'd be a lot more used to you somewhere else.
Oh. And there goes my headphones. Damn it. Well, I mean, it's a nice ship, but it's not as good as the Varun. I'm gonna go back and switch up. Time to eat my dinner and charge my headphones. Gotta charge my headphones here for about 45 minutes, and then I'll be back with better sound. Sorry about that, guys. Have the aluminum. Where is the... Fuck, I lost a lot of stuff when I had to take that ship. It's so annoying. I don't have any materials because a bunch of mine... Ugh. Yep, there, that thing. I need 4 aluminum. Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, you're gonna arrest me, are you?
UC security, get back! UC security. Smart move. Now come along with us. We'll take any contraband and stolen property, and you'll be free to go.
Oops, my camera got moved.
If it belongs on your ship, then I'm sure we have it for... Oh, please, take a look. Oh, please, take a look. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I'm buying stuff so I can put a bed and a bunker in my back in my ship. Oh, no, I can't fast travel. Oh no, the prophecy is here though, so that doesn't matter. We can go back and do what I need to do, I think.
Fancy armor you got there.
I shouldn't have ever decorated the ship. I'll decorate my bunker. A few things are still around. Yeah, I'll just decorate this place. I'll use this giant ass room. So make sure there's no problems or anything. Okay, I'm in here trying to well, I guess I'll eat dinner. Well, I'll start cooking dinner now, but I'll keep playing yeah, this is everything I needed to do. I think Starfield's going to log on me anyways, unless I pay attention to it, so... Yeah, they're all in Grand Exchange now, like local trading. Energy cells. I want to take mine. Yeah, when it's done with this current trades and I'm docked again, I will go trade to a different to a different ship. And I will play some 76 when I'm done with dinner. And yeah, so now going back and I'm gonna find another video to watch.
New this morning, as the DOJ prepares to release more documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, the department is facing intense criticism.
I'm gonna pee and put something to cook. I'll be right back.
The heavy redaction in the initial batch of files. The DOJ says it erred on the side of, quote, over redaction to protect victims of Epstein. Yesterday, the Justice Department republished a photo taken from Epstein's home that featured an image of President Trump. It was deleted Saturday, but reappeared Sunday, with the DOJ saying it temporarily removed the picture to make sure it didn't show any victims. The heavy redactions and drip of the documents release has angered the bipartisan lawmakers behind the Epstein files legislation. They're now threatening contempt proceedings against Attorney General Pam Bondi. Listen.
The quickest way, and I think most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi.
We're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
Joining me now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. We heard Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who is also behind pushing this forward, say that the letter of the law and the spirit of the law has been broken, something that many Democrats agree with. What's the recourse here as you started to see there what they're going to potentially, what they could do, but they have to have bipartisan support, obviously.
Yes, they must. So, Sarah, good morning to you. What happens is generally the recourse, the remedy, when you're not complying with the law, is in the law itself. The unfortunate thing here is that there is no provision in this law that gives a specific remedy. And so what they have to do, that is Congress, is look for ways in which they could bring enforcement. The law is very clear. The law indicates you have records, communications, you have documents that are to be released. It's called the Transparency Act. It's called that because it really envisions the information coming out to the public. It also says you have 30 days to do so. It also says, Sarah, that after those 30 days, 15 days later, you're to report to Congress with respect to the redactions, the categories of them, why you redacted them, what was the purpose, etc. So what you're looking for is compliance. So what I believe, and they've been floating this, you heard there, either contempt proceedings, impeachment proceedings, but something to bring teeth to the notion that what we said to do in the law, which, by the way, it passed in the House less one vote, right? I mean, there was only one person that didn't vote for it, and unanimous in the Senate. So this is something that the public is screaming for.
Yeah, I want to talk about the 15 or so files that were taken down a day after they were posted, which included a photograph of President Trump, Melania, Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's what the DOJ said the reasoning was for pulling down those images. It says, out of an abundance of caution, the Department of Justice temporarily removed the image for further review. After the review, it was determined there was no evidence that any Epstein victims were depicted in the photograph, and it has been reposted without any alteration or redaction. I mean, when you look at this sort of push and pull, it's like they put it out, they take it back, they put it out. What does this tell you about the process they are using to deal with an enormous amount, to be fair, an enormous amount of files and documents?
Yeah, I think there's a concern amongst the public about whether there is a cover-up or whether this is being done in good faith, whether you have Clinton's name mentioned so many times. It's not about politics and who should be mentioned, who shouldn't. It's about complete accountability. The law speaks to who are the government officials and others who were named and who were not. And when you look at this, Sarah, I think it's important very briefly to look at the timeline. Everyone's Clinton, Clinton, Clinton. The reality is that Epstein, the public investigation, began in 2005, right? Clinton served 92 to 2000, and then you look at him actually being accountable in Florida, if you could call it accountability, in 2009. Some believe that he escaped justice in a very significant way, and then, of course, 2019 is ultimately when he was indicted, died a year later. And so I think that if you're going to release it, for law's sake, release it so they're not conspiracy theories. And if you're going to redact it, of course you want to redact sensitive victim information. Of course, classified should not be there. It says it in the law itself. But everything else, really, if it's not child pornography, etc., should just be given to the public and let the people decide. And when it comes out in a disjointed way, when it looks like you're preserving and protecting people, I think those are when conspiracy theories abound, and perhaps they should.
Yeah, there were a lot of talk about, the pictures of Clinton, Bill Clinton, and then you had this one picture that showed Trump, which, by the way, people had seen before, that was taken out. It does ramp up those folks that believe a conspiracy or a cover-up is happening. And we will see what happens going forward. There are many, many more files that still must be released. And I know we'll have you back, Joey Jackson. We do appreciate you.
Joining us now is the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us this morning. It's great to see you. Is this a cover-up?
Well, sure. I mean, if you read the statute, the only things they're allowed to be redacting are related to child sex abuse, physical abuse, ongoing investigations, which they say there are none, and national security. So how can you block out an entire document? It makes no sense. And remember, Trump opposed the legislation up until the very end when he could read the writing of the law. Then he said, "Oh, I'm for it." They decided they're just going to try to obstruct the implementation of the legislation. So that's the fight that we're in now.
Do you think the 30-day time frame for release of these documents was realistic?
Well, yeah, given that they came to us back in July and said they'd been through all the documents and they couldn't find any basis for bringing any other lawsuits, they'd already scrutinized them.
What of this do you think falls into the category of protecting victims, and what falls into the category of cover-up? Because obviously there is a very strong interest in making sure the victims are protected.
Yeah, I'd say probably 0 and 100. They've not shown any deference or respect for the victims at all, for the survivors of this nightmare. And it's all about covering up things that for whatever reason, Donald Trump doesn't want to go public, either about himself, other members of his family, friends, Jeffrey Epstein, or just the social, business, cultural network that he was involved in for at least.
I thought I put this in private, but
So do you
okay.
think this actions that the Department of Justice are taking on this are specifically designed to protect Donald Trump?
Well, what else? I mean, that's their whole business model. In fact, they're trying to reorganize American constitutional jurisprudence and the rule of law around the idea that the entire executive branch serves one guy. That's the unitary executive theory, that this is all about serving whatever Donald Trump wants. So yeah, I can't imagine what other interests they have in mind.
One of the things we did see were a number of pictures of former President Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein, with Ghislaine Maxwell in a jacuzzi, swimming in a pool. How do you explain that connection, and are you comfortable with it?
I mean, I have no idea. And this is why we want to get to the bottom of it and get all of the facts out to, to the public. I mean, that's what this is about. And, look, there are clearly lots of people that are in photographs with Jeffrey Epstein. And in addition to being a child sex predator and an international child sex abuse trafficker, he was very much of a socialite and a sycophant and a panderer to different people. So there's lots of people who appeared in those contexts, and we shouldn't be covering up for anybody if they were actually involved in criminality. And otherwise, it's embarrassing to people, but the Congress has said we don't want the suppression of materials simply because somebody may be embarrassed. I mean, Bill Clinton has appeared along with Donald Trump, along with Noam Chomsky, and other people from different aspects of our society. But what we're looking at is, how did a global, decades-long, billion-dollar sex ring go undetected and unpoliced for such a long period of time? This is about a double system of justice. Remember, he was convicted back in 2008, but that didn't stop him from going forward and continuing to run the whole network.
I mean, Republicans would probably sit here and say, well, why didn't you do this when Joe Biden was president of the United States, when he had the power?
Well, if they ask me personally, I can produce for you, as I've produced for them, a number of letters I wrote, including a hearing I did as a subcommittee chair on the Oversight Committee about Alex Acosta and the double system of government that we saw back in Florida. Remember, there was a 60-count federal indictment ready to go on this international child sex trafficking ring, with all kinds of counts, including the money laundering, the conspiracy, the prostitution, and so on. And Alex Acosta cast the whole thing overboard and came back with one state count of solicitation in Florida to benefit Epstein and his friends. And there was really a cover-up of other people who were involved as part of that plea bargain agreement. And I've got the letters to show how I was demanding hearings on that back in 2018, 2019. So that's just phony. In any event, accusing somebody else of hypocrisy doesn't demonstrate that you're actually interested in getting to the bottom of the crime. And that's what we need to be doing here.
Are you planning to sue the Justice Department to release the rest of these files?
It's not clear that we've got standing to do that. Speaker Johnson would clearly have standing to do that on behalf of the whole House of Representatives. The court rules about standing of individual members or the minority caucus are very restrictive and hostile. So we're going to be doing whatever we can to elevate this, to keep it in the public imagination, and to demand that they turn the documents over. But if it's possible, we will be bringing litigation, but we're trying to work that through right now.
You have to be forcibly educated, okay? You have to literally, by force, go back to school. That is insane. What are we doing? How am I supposed to live in a world where someone unironically thinks that is what's going on? Your sense, like, we have no consensus reality. That's it. We have no consensus reality. How can I live in the same world as this person? That person votes. They laughed when I said mainstream conservative arguments are now indistinguishable from 1920 Nazi arguments, and yet. Bryce, I myself, oh, this one's really funny. I read this. I myself am Jewish ancestrally. I'm Christian by faith, but Jewish by blood. I've actually read Mein Kampf. The end conclusions that he came to were absolutely abominable. But I strangely understood where he was coming from as far as wanting to improve the national state of Germany. Does anyone think women should not be allowed to vote? Only Andrew raises his hand. I just feel like women are very emotional and that politics is a man's discipline. I seriously believe it. My mother actually believes this too. And I know some other women who believe that. I just feel like I've never really seen a woman who truly understands politics. Sophie, yeah, that might be your issue with finding a good quality girl. Have you ever thought about the fact that a woman's emotions are a beautiful thing and that they might complement a man? And that, yes, maybe we make different decisions because of emotions, but if it were just men, there would be no reasoning. I think it's a beautiful thing to have both sides. I'm not racist because I have a black friend type shit. Brother, that's literally like saying I'm not racist because I used to be black. I'm no longer black. But, you know, David Duke has some good opinions. What do you mean? It's worse than that. He literally is like, I'm Jewish, but I'm Christian now. And Hitler had some good ideas about the Jews, honestly. I didn't like the end point of the Holocaust. That's full Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, both views about the women voting thing are misogynistic. Yeah, I know. National sovereignty, Hitler was a nationalist. He was like, we have to take Germany back for Germans. And I feel like we should do that in America. We should take America back for our native population. So I'm not an expert on Hitler by any means, but as far as nationalism is concerned, I'm all that. Oh, by the way, the women shouldn't vote guy is a 20-year-old white Christian landscaper who considers himself very right-wing and voted for Trump in 2024, but isn't sure if he'll vote in the next election. Andrew describes himself as a close follower of Nick Fuentes and drove in from rural Tennessee, far outside of Nashville, to participate in this focus group. These guys are our coworkers? Oh, yeah. It's awesome, dude. Yeah, this is where we're at. Where is this from? I need to... Everyone wants to know what Gen Z Republicans think. We ask them, which is a terrible idea, okay? Participants, Addie, an 18-year-old Hispanic Baptist Republican woman attending college who considers herself very right-wing but did not vote in 2024. Addie walked out during the middle of the group. Alex, a 28-year-old white high school graduate who works as a property manager. He's a non-denominational Protestant. Allie, a 28-year-old white Baptist stay-at-home mom of two, with one more on the way, whose highest level of education is trade school. She is a Republican. Andrew, a 20-year-old white Christian landscaper. We already read that one. Ashley, a 29-year-old white Baptist woman who works as a subcontractor renovating homes. She's a high school-educated Republican. I'm beginning to notice a trend here. With the educational attainment. Okay, Atticus, a 25-year-old white non-denominational Protestant man who has attended some college and works in marketing. He's a Republican. Now, let me tell you something. It was tremendously beneficial for the modern Republican movement to make sure that education was completely paywalled, okay, and inaccessible for large chunks of American society. It was also a win-win for the colleges that wanted to turn this into a gay hedge fund for themselves, right? Because that's basically what college campuses have become now. It's like the educational part of the education is actually secondary. It's just basically a gay hedge fund, okay? That's what college is, unfortunately. But obviously, the generational impact of this, unlimited for-profit, unlimited profiteering in institutes of higher learning, it has obviously created an entire generation of people who are just not very well educated. It has made the American laborers less educated overall. It's made them more malleable, and it's very beneficial if you're interested in just duping large swaths of the population. But it also has made people stupid. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like, it's made people dumber. And this is the product, because I think there's a comfortable middle ground between like not too much education and no education whatsoever. And when you rip out the public education structure as well for the exact same reasons, when you basically destroy public education K through 12, and then
okay, dinner time, guys. Sorry.
People to get
oops.
A higher degree. All of a sudden, you've made your entire population too stupid. And at first they were malleable. At first they were easier to control. But when they become a little too stupid, when they go beyond the malleable level of stupid, the perfect stupid barrier, like the perfect stupid middle ground, now they're not exactly controllable either. They just make up their own minds.
Pollock paneer and falafel.
We're there. We're nearing that level of stupidity, where everyone is surrounded by other stupids and think, of course, we're all stupid. This is just how it's supposed to go. Bryce, a 24-year-old white Baptist man. He attended some college and previously worked in security. He's now self-employed as a writer, working primarily on a Star Wars YouTube channel. He's an independent who voted for Trump in 2024. That's the guy who is of Jewish ancestry, who said he read Mein Kampf and was like, yeah, I get it. How much you want to bet he hates how woke Star Wars is? Caleb, white 29-year-old Baptist Republican. He completed a bachelor's degree and works as an IT trainer for an EV charger manufacturer. Yeah. Judging by how things are going, I suspect Caleb will be a liberal the next election cycle. You can count on that. Colin, a 19-year-old Christian white Republican student at Vanderbilt.
Under caps.
Dawson, a 21-year-old white Republican, is currently a college studying political science, and he interns at his local Protestant church. DC, a 29-year-old white man, is an independent who voted for Trump in 2024. He went to law school and currently works as an attorney. Ethan, 29-year-old white Methodist Republican man who works as a warehouse manager. Okay. Moderator. Where do you get your political news from? Andrew, Spotify podcasts like Tucker Carlson or Rumble with Nick Fuentes. A guy who's been in the political radio space for 40 years or so. He's an older dude who I think went to Vandy. Crom Carmichael. Bryce, I get a lot of my political news from YouTubers. These are the dumb that watch the slop tubers, by the way, straight up. I'm just letting you know. It's not just like liberals who watch the slop tubers. It's like guys like this too. And when he says that, I know he means Asmongold. Anyway, most of the news I get is through TikTok or just conversation with other people. That's not how you consume the news. What do you mean you get your news from conversations? You know, the printing press exists. What are you talking about? She went real old school with it. She's like, you know, tales that people tell you. That's how you move history, right? You know, the village elders. The village elders tell me about how things have happened in the past. It's the oral tradition. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Sophie, I get a lot of news from social media, like varying platforms, and then I feel like once something really notable is going on, I'll kind of dig deeper on different news sources and channels. Yeah, the town crier tells me what's going on. I get my news from merchants on the Silk Road. They are well traveled, sir. I think the next level, the next stage in conservative madness is just being like, I make it up. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I make it up. I just close my eyes and imagine what the news of the day looks like. It's pretty cool. You should do it too. The voices in my head inform me about all the comings and goings of modernity. God told me in a dream, you know, that sort of thing. That's where we're going to devolve into. Madison, not really into politics, but my favorite influencer is Alex Earl. Most of my political stuff I get from podcasts that I like. I'm thinking Alex Clark, Brett Cooper, as well as family members. Dog, I'm sorry. I have never met someone who has answered the question, where do you get your news from? With, oh, just my family members. Once again, going back to the oral tradition. That's not how you are supposed to... I'm not even...
My answer...
Dude. Wow.
My answer to this question is, where do you get your news from, is Philip DeFranco. Google, I use their like Google like web page to just surf through their news items, Google News or whatever it is. Kotaku, IGN, YouTube a lot. And the NPR app, although I don't use it very often, but I do sometimes when there's big news. Like I used to use it a lot more. And then but I still use the NPR app, and then there's one called Flipboard are my answers.
Drunkest uncle.
I use Flipboard every day.
Lauren, various sources through Instagram and YouTube, just kind of like whatever pops up. I've seen a lot of Alex Clark and Brett Cooper, and then kind of just
never
going
heard
into
of
the whole
any of these
religious
people.
Political space. Oh, I love Mark Driscoll. He's amazing. My brother actually has a newsletter here in Nashville that I read daily, then Twitter, and podcasts like Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. Mainly YouTube. Donald Trump. Ben Shapiro. Donald Trump. I get
True
my news
Social.
from the president.
Oh my god.
I love getting my news directly from the president of the United States of America.
Why are these people drawn? They're like drawn.
Oh
Bless
my
you.
god. Oh, that's so awesome. This is the greatest article ever written, dude. Conservatives in their environment, just unrestrained, you know? No safeguards. Also, the guy who got assassinated, Charlie. Well, that's 1 out of 3 primary news sources that you lost. Not looking too good. Got to replace that with someone. Definitely Candace Owens, by the way. That's crazy. This Mark Driscoll guy has no neck. Oh, dude, Jesus Christ. Anyway, social media podcasts, Joe Rogan, and stuff like that. Just kind of depends on the day. Mainly social media and Instagram, but if not, CNN. Okay, Colin.
Oh yeah, CNN
That
and
is, I
C-SPAN
think,
as
the
well.
first time
C-SPAN.
someone has actually pointed to a news source. I mean, doesn't have to be CNN, but like I'll take Fox News. You know what I mean? Over whatever these guys are saying. Holy shit! I can't believe how bad things are. My news comes from a blend of social media, so Twitter,
I
or
wouldn't.
X, on Instagram, but then also podcasts on Spotify, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, mostly a lot of Christian podcasts like the King's Hall podcast. For me, it's never just the traditional Fox News style thing, just because after all the years of growing up with my parents and grandparents, waking up in the house with it blasting and just droning, it was never appealing to me. More individual personalities tend to draw me in more. Honestly, my dad kind of fills me in on everything, or TikTok. Dude! Why are you lie? Why are you admitting that? Oh my god. What the is happening? My dad kind of fills me in on everything? Bro.
I mean, why
a lot
not?
Of people will be like, you get your news from a Twitch streamer, and they like point to me. People are getting the news from their dad. Like, at least as a part of my job, I'm like,
My mother
reading
tells me a lot about the
actual
news.
Resources like interviewing journalists, interviewing congresspersons, like
My mother as well. Yeah, I get my news from my mother.
News from your dad.
She tells me things that I don't know.
For me, it's you and Philip DeFranco, so don't act like weird personalities are necessarily a bad news source. First of all, that's not true even for you. Because right now, for example, we're reading cityjournal.org. So at the very least, by transitive property, by way of just being in this community, you are still getting your news from traditional outlets, okay? You're not getting it from a random guy on TikTok or your dad. I am not your dad, okay? I'm a random guy on the internet who, at the very least, has like a degree in trying to understand and make sense of the senseless nature of American politics. And I always tell you, you shouldn't just get your news from me anyway. And that doesn't mean you should go to Slop Tubers or Tucker Carlson to get your news, but like go to the news, go to the actual legacy papers, go to actual mainstream media outlets and things like that. Oh. I'm not your father. I'm the father that stepped up. Social media, like Instagram or Twitter, honestly, just wherever I see, really. I can't think of any specifics. I really get my news from all over the place. Social media, Twitter, and then Other than that, I tend to stick to Fox News. X or independent journalism, and I like to watch the 5 on Fox during dinner time. There's another 5 on Fox watcher just like us. Real sends me news, ground news, which is a lot of different research from different ends of the spectrum. I also listen to podcasts like The Morning Wire, which I think maybe like the Daily Wire does, and sometimes the local channels.
Have you seen this? Turning Point USA just had the most awkward family reunion, and it's out there for all of us to watch.
And the supposed civil war going on within that group. I don't think it's real. I think it's fake. I think it's totally fake.
1 hour later.
We are at war!
They're already fighting a war about whether or not there is a war. There's nothing for us to do here. Just pop the popcorn and watch them implode. And before we get into the meat and potatoes of all of these speeches, I want to point out a couple of moments that really stood out to me.
Just when you think Turning Point can't go next level, they can shift to 11.
Ben, you can't handle the truth.
Megan and Steve had to know that they were quoting Rob Reiner movies, right? Seems like they're fans of a dude their stupid boss has called deranged and struggling. But that is just the tip of the contradiction iceberg, y'all. Make sure you subscribe to Really American, because we got a lot to get to here. Turning Point USA's America Fest 2025 had a very different event, and the AP summed it up nicely. The last time Turning Point held its America Fest conference, weeks after Trump's comeback victory, the mood was ebullient as Republicans prepared for a new era. Now, in 2025, the party faces challenging midterm elections, with Trump constitutionally prohibited from running again, and his more ideologically motivated acolytes positioning themselves. Positioning themselves is spot on, because each speaker started off their speech trying to distinguish themselves as the most Charlie-like.
Charlie absolutely believe what I believe.
Hi,
the
kitty.
Middle East is a sideshow.
Charlie and I were completely
Give me just a second, okay?
step on this.
I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself. And this is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question.
Kicking off the fighting during the first night of speeches was Ben Shapiro. He went right after Erica Kirk.
Hold on, kitty.
And it seems
1
like
second.
his role in this 4-day event was giving all of the speakers that followed plenty of ammunition.
The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty. These people are frauds, they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. There is a reason that Charlie Kirk despised Nick Fuentes, and indeed even chided Dinesh D'Souza for debating him. He knew that Nick Fuentes is an evil troll, and that building him up is an act of moral imbecility. And that is precisely what Tucker Carlson did. He built Nick Fuentes up. And he ought to take responsibility for that. Just as he ought to take responsibility for glazing pornographer and alleged sex trafficker Andrew Tate, or for mainstreaming fake historian and pseudo-Nazi apologist Daryl Cooper as America's best and most honest popular historian. When Candace Owens says, "I don't know, but I know," that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it. When Steve Bannon, for example, accuses his foreign policy opponents of loyalty to a foreign country, he's not actually making an argument based on evidence.
Okay, you ready?
He's simply
Come sit.
maligning people that he disagrees with.
Ready?
Which is indeed par for the course from a man who was once a PR flag for Jeffrey Epstein. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's
Lap for
targeting of
kitty.
USA. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I
Lap
consider a
for
friend. And when
kitty.
Megyn said this week Quote, my goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from.
Pretty kitty.
Friendship with the person accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice.
Tucker Carlson was the headliner, the final speaker of night one. And before he started roasting Shapiro, because that pretty much was his entire speech, he seemed to be a little self-reflective and maybe trying out some new stand-up material.
Hi, pretty
I
kitty.
never watch myself, but at these events, I always play like the role of you. And I'm like, that guy is pompous. Woo! Sorry about that. Don't attack people's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying. I try not to get involved, but somehow I keep involving myself. And I try not to read the internet because I don't feel like it's good for my soul. But, you know, more addictive than cigarettes. I quit cigarettes, not Twitter. I think I'm going back to cigarettes and giving up Twitter. Whatever. I don't want to burden you.
You're not funny.
And I feel like I missed the first part of the program. Hope I didn't miss anything meaningful. But I just want to say, I don't think I did.
Beautiful.
No, I'm just kidding. I watched it. I laughed. That kind of bitter, sardonic laugh that emerges from you when, like, Upside Down World arrives. When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way. To hear calls for, like, deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. So as you think through, like, what should this movement be and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument.
That may have been the end of slamming Shapiro for night one, but on night two, they picked right up where they left off. First, with Steve Bannon crawling out from under a bridge and picking up a microphone per the usual.
Benji Shapiro sat up here last night, and he was all, it's all about the truth. Ben, I've known you a long time, brother. You can't handle the truth. Let's face it, Ben Shapiro is the farthest thing from MAGA. Let's be blunt. He is a hardcore never Trumper. He's a hardcore never Trumper. He's consistently been against Trump, and now that President Trump doesn't back the Greater Israel Project. What is Greater Israel? It's not about Israel itself. It's about an expansionist Israel, an imperial Israel that Netanyahu and that crowd have thought up. And the Israel First crowd is Ben Shapiro, Tel Aviv Mark Levin, and many others that want to put that ahead of America's interests.
And finishing up night two was Megyn Kelly with a fireside chat. And before she even started talking, I was already annoyed. Because first of all, where's the fireplace? Where is this chat happening? Because it's not happening near a fire.
Sorry,
and
kitty.
second of
What's
all,
wrong?
FDR coined that phrase.
Come back, kitty.
You
I'm not doing
can't
anything.
use fireside chat
You're
when
okay.
you've based your entire
I'm not getting up.
personality and career on shitting on the social safety net programs that FDR helped create.
Come
Then
back,
she
lap.
did start talking,
Lap.
walking onto stage like
I was
she's
just
a real
stretching.
housewife. Hi!
Hi guys.
But once she got going, she did not hold back.
We're not the policemen of the conservative movement. I'm not. He wasn't. Ben Shapiro isn't either.
You mentioned him, and your name came up on this stage last night. Would you like the opportunity to respond?
Well, I found it kind of funny that Ben thinks he has the power to decide who gets excommunicated from the conservative movement. And I resent that he thinks he's in a position to decide who must say what to whom and when. I don't think we are friends anymore. I've been a very good friend to Ben. Nobody knew who the heck Ben Shapiro was when I started putting him on my shows on the Fox News channel. And I've been very, very good to Ben over the years, and he's been good to me too. He just recently came on my tour, as did you. And I gave him the most kind introduction I could possibly give him because I know that he's losing subscribers a lot. We mixed it up on Israel out on stage. It wasn't Israel because we're on the same place on Israel. We mixed it up over whether Tucker Carlson should be excommunicated.
Fallout 76, where to find
I do not
Snallygaster.
believe. And when it was over, we hugged, said goodbye, and then we had a nice text exchange a couple days later saying our friendship was important to us. And the next thing I saw was him attacking me on stage last night as a coward. So that's not friendship.
There's been a lot of talk about a brewing civil war in the United States, and the assumption has been that war is going to be between the left and the right. But it looks like that war is going to be within the right, the conservative movement, Republican Party, MAGA, whatever we want to call it. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro versus everybody else. So for the rest of us, not much for us to do. Just pop the popcorn and watch them implode. I mean, of course, we have to run good candidates and get out the vote, yada, yada, all of that. But as far as MAGA goes, they're going to take the trash out for us. So make sure you subscribe to Really American so we can keep watching it burn together. Leave a comment and share this video with someone in your life so we can keep the conversation going. For Really American Media, I'm Corinne Strait. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see y'all next time.
Is that Trump you have shaped into your head there? You must really love the guy then, huh?
I care about him because, he loves America and he's different. He's not the regular politician guy. And that's why it made me vote for my first time in my life in 2016.
People, they're coming here and they're taking all of our jobs.
Well, and they don't want to work. A lot of them don't want to work.
They're taking our jobs and they don't want to work.
Exactly.
They're taking our jobs and they don't want to work.
Exactly.
Food prices, gas prices, rent prices, mortgage prices, all those things need to start dropping so people can afford to live here again.
Are you a little bit worried about wealth inequality in this country?
Well, no, you make your money. There's no wealth inequality. You either work and earn money or you don't work and you don't earn money. What's unequal about that?
Do public school teachers not work that hard?
Absolutely they do. Yeah.
They make very little money.
That's their problem. That's their problem.
Have you ever stopped mid-argument in a comment section and asked yourself, wait, who am I actually arguing with right now? Because let me tell you, this is who. These are the folks many of you are out here trying to reason with, typing paragraphs, citing sources, quoting history. Bless your hearts. MAGA is, how do I put this politely, a special kind of special. In today's holiday episode, we're doing something festive. We're taking a cozy little stroll straight into the core of the MAGA mind. Now, here's the wild part. A lot of these people willingly voted for Trump 3 times. 3. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And after each round, life got harder. Groceries went up, gas went up, rent said, "Merry Christmas, pay me more." And yet, somehow, he's still the real deal. They can't afford eggs, they can't afford fuel. Some of them can't even afford embarrassment anymore, because shame packed its bags and left the chat years ago. In today's clip, we're taking a quick look at how Trump managed to help bankrupt the country, turn the United States into the world's favorite punchline, and convince millions of people that this was actually winning, courtesy of the MAGA mind and the way it reasons, or doesn't. So go ahead, take a seat. Your coffee should be ready by now, because you're going to need it. My name is Glenn, and you're watching Think Out Loud. I'm posting this before folks head out to demolish their Christmas turkey because, honestly, I don't want anyone throwing up halfway through dinner after what you're about to see. Trust me on this one. And if you're new here, welcome aboard. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly why everyone else already hit subscribe and decided to stay. All right, let's roll the clips.
President Trump confirms that in just 10 months, thanks to tariffs, the United States has taken in over $18 trillion. It took the previous administration 4 years just to hit $1 trillion.
Hey Jen, let me show you how easy it is to find out that everything Trump says is a lie. Okay, you ready, Jen? Hey Chad, has Trump brought in $18 trillion with his tariffs?
No, it's
No.
a few hundred billion. Nowhere near trillions.
Wow, so 18 trillion is way off if it's only a few hundred billion.
Exactly. It's not even in the same ballpark. 18 trillion is pure fiction.
But hold on, Chad. Trump said that he wanted to replace the IRS with tariffs. And then everybody making under $100,000 a year could stop paying income taxes. He's still gonna do that, right, Chad?
Tariffs don't bring in nearly enough to replace income taxes, and he hasn't done that.
Is that because the federal government spends about $600 billion a month and Trump's tariffs only bring in about $30 billion a month, so you really couldn't use that to replace the IRS.
Exactly. The scale doesn't match. Tariffs are just a drop in the bucket compared to what the government spends monthly.
Thank you, chat. That'll be all. Jen, you seem to think that when Trump says something out loud, that confirms it to be true. No, it's quite the opposite. If Trump ever says anything out loud, that means that it's not true. I don't know why you guys haven't realized this yet, but Trump just makes shit up like a little boy. Just the other day, he said, ever since we started blowing up those boats, drugs coming from the ocean are down 91%. What? He just makes this shit up, Jen. And you would know that, Jen, if you put any effort into looking into the claims that Trump makes. And I gotta tell you, Jen, you are wrong on this app more often than anyone I've ever seen. And it's because you just say what Trump says, and Trump is literally wrong about everything. If you want to be a news person here on TikTok, you can't use Trump as your main source because he has the mentality of a 5-year-old and he doesn't understand math. So please, Jen, before you make videos about what Trump confirmed, go ahead and Google it real quick, because 11 times out of 10, it's not true, because Trump is a little boy living in Peter Pan land, okay? All right, thank you, Jen. Okay, good luck.
60% of the American public is about to lose everything they have. People living paycheck to paycheck are about to go broke. The GDP numbers came in yesterday, and of course the economy receded, which I predicted 2 months ago, and people laughed. Mark my words, the second quarter is going to be far
Follows
worse.
76, killing angler.
Chinese products at 145% are about to kick in, which means everything you buy from China on Amazon or elsewhere is about to go through the roof. Grocery store shelves are starting to empty at Walmarts across the country. And of course, grocery prices continue to soar. People who've been financing groceries on credit are starting to default on those payments. We are about to see an economic catastrophe. If you're in this 60% that has little or no money, please stop spending money. Protect your family. Trump does not care about you. Even if you voted for him, he's a billionaire. He won't suffer, but you and your family will. Please protect yourself.
Well, Kentucky fucked around and is finding out as Jim Beam is shutting down its biggest distillery. Yes, for 2026, Jim Beam is suspending production at their biggest distillery in Kentucky, a state that overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. And part of the reason is because of a decline in sales. Yeah, 85% drop in exports is what Jim Beam has seen over this last Donald Trump's presidency. Let's just go with that because that's a unit of measure now. But yeah, Kentucky decided to vote for Donald Trump, and they produce bourbon. That's one of their biggest, if not the biggest, export of the state of Kentucky. And when Donald Trump decided to put tariffs on everybody just out of whim, he decided to attack Canada as well, one of our free trade partners. Well, Canada said, screw you, we're not going to drink your American liquor. And that's exactly what they did. They've been boycotting ever since, I think it was early March, sometime in there. It was on and off again. I'm not really sure. But Jim Beam has seen such a decline in sales, partially, but mostly due to that it's not suspending everything. It still will be making some at some other locations. But its main distillery in Claremont, Kentucky, is going to suspend operations in 2026. If that's not a fuck around and find out, I'm not sure what is. So Kentucky, you love your bourbon, you love producing it, you love selling it. It's your biggest export. And guess what? Other countries aren't buying it because of the man you voted for.
Friend. Don't believe your lying eyes, America. You need to believe President Trump. So I watched some of Trump's address, not a lot of it because I got tired of hearing all that yelling. But I'm gonna tell you something that I noticed. Trump is completely out of touch with 99.9% of America. So you had a billionaire standing at the podium last night telling millions of working class people that they're liars, that the price of everything has gone down, the price of everything is so cheap, and that everything is so much better. That's what he said. You're not supposed to believe what you see when you go to the grocery store, when you go to a department store. You're not supposed to believe your lying eyes. You're supposed to believe him and what he says. For the 1%, things are great. Things are great. Prices have dropped for them, but for the working class people of America, Rich people have pretty much said, screw us, and the president agrees. People are out here deciding between paying their light bill or buying groceries, and the president of the United States said, that's a whole lie. Parents are worried about if their children will have access to a decent education, but Trump says that's a whole lie. Folks can't find jobs or either out here working 2-3 jobs and still can't afford to pay all their bills. But Trump says that's a lie. And it's arrogance. To be honest, when you look at it and the things he said, it's arrogance. If he's okay, by proxy, you should be okay too. And he doesn't really care if you are or not. Understand, when a president ignores the cost of living, food prices, housing prices, and wages, and that's the beginning of the end. I told y'all a long time ago, MAGA will tow water for Trump up until Trump's propaganda doesn't match their reality. Because you can lie to yourself up until you get to that grocery store and realize you can't afford those groceries. Because when someone tells you don't trust your own self, but trust me instead, that's when you know you're not winning. So I'm asking the question, y'all tired of winning yet? Because I know my ass is.
Now, real quick, before we fully dissect the MAGA Special Edition brain, let's circle back to that lady from the beginning. You know the one in Brad Doggett's clip. The woman confidently announcing that Trump collected $18 trillion from tariffs. 18 trillion. I'd bet my entire Christmas turkey leg she does not understand how tariffs work. Not even a little. Not even spiritually. And see, this is the thing. These are the same people who've been running around the internet swearing that every American was about to get a check in the mail funded by tariffs. Then it was Doge checks. Then it was, Trump's gonna give everyone $5,000 because the government saves so much money. Right. The government saved so much money that apparently they had enough left over to send some to Argentina, maybe sprinkle a little to Kenya, but somehow, mysteriously, Americans themselves didn't get a dime. Funny how that works. What do I remember though? Farmers going bankrupt, factories shutting down, small businesses folding, people walking around state fairs looking at prices like, so we're just here to smell the food now? I remember Trump trying to cut SNAP benefits. I remember people losing health care. I remember Americans getting left hanging during natural disasters. We all saw what happened in Texas when those storms hit. But sure, tariffs were supposed to be raining money like it was Monopoly night at Mar-a-Lago. And then Captain Tangerine himself hops on a podium and tells us he's suing the US government so he can give $1 billion to himself, which he will then donate to charity. Yeah, okay. And I'm the reincarnation of Michael Jackson in the flesh? This is the same man who will stand there and tell you prices are down, while also telling you to stop talking about affordability because it's a Democratic hoax. Which is wild because groceries cost more, rent costs more, gas costs more, but apparently we're all just hallucinating together as a nation. And let's not forget, this is a guy who managed to bankrupt a casino. A casino. Do you understand how hard that is? The entire business model is literally the house always wins. How do you lose money running a rigged game? And more importantly, how do people see that resume and say, yes, let's give him the entire American economy? But anyway, what we're about to watch next is something important, a perfect explanation rooted in actual science for why MAGA brains work the way they do. So hang tight. This part right here, this is the big takeaway. Let's go.
So I know we say all the time that conservatives are just mind-numbingly stupid, but that might not be the case. It could be that stupid people just naturally end up being conservative. When I say this, I don't mean it as an insult. Well, I do, but I'm not saying it as an insult. I'm saying this as an anatomical, biological fact. The structure of a conservative's brain physically makes them dumber. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I got the most perfect example of this that I've ever seen in my life the other day when a conservative woman posted this. This is a woman bragging about how liberals have smaller amygdalas than conservatives, and then she looked up the information and then let AI read it for her because, you know, she's stupid. And then she shared her findings bragging about how conservatives have a bigger amygdala. Since one of my degrees is in psychology, I loved this so much that I had to make a video about it. When we think about evolution, we often think that the strongest and the smartest and the fittest survive, but that's not really true because evolution doesn't give a shit if you're smart, fast, or strong. It just gives a shit if you can live long enough to fuck. And in this particular evolutionary story, humans did end up evolving higher orders of intelligence that allowed us to develop tools and practices that kept us safe and helped us to live longer and fuck more. But at a certain point, we got in a way too smart for our own good. And we engineered a very different environment than the environment we had evolved to thrive in. And at the very same time, we basically stopped the evolutionary process of natural selection. So our environment changed dramatically, and no longer were the dumb not suited to this new environment getting weeded out. A couple 100,000 years ago, when we were still living in caves in the woods and shit and fighting for our lives with lions and tigers and bears, oh my, it often paid off to be more emotional than intelligent. Because intelligence leads to critical thinking skills. If I'm in the woods and I hear a twig break behind me, I would be like, oh, that's probably nothing, because 99% of the time, it's nothing. If you're out in the woods and you hear a twig break and you just instantly run away because you're terrified for your life, 99% of the time you ran away from nothing. But that 1% of the time, running away might have been the thing that saved your life. And that is all evolution gives a shit about. Now, the thing that makes you react either logically or emotionally to that twig breaking is your amygdala. Just a little almond-shaped part of your brain. The bigger it is, the more emotional you are, the more poorly you process those emotions. So now flash forward a few 100,000 years, and all of those threats from us living out in the wild are pretty much non-existent. And now the problems we face as a species today require us to manage and understand our emotions so we can critically think about these existential problems. So no longer just running away from something because we're terrified or going all Hulk smash and violently reacting because we're angry, address the issues that we need to address effectively. Now, a good portion of our species has evolved to really thrive in this environment. That's why we have this environment. Those are the people who built it. These are the people who, instead of getting afraid and trying to pray the plague away by whipping themselves for being bad little boys, came up with medications. These are the people who, instead of sacrificing goats to get it to rain, developed irrigation and learned meteorology. But these are also the people who eventually figured out how to save the idiots who weren't evolving along with the rest of us from killing themselves off. These are the doctors and nurses who saved you after you shoved too much horse dewormer up your ass because you didn't listen to the doctors and nurses about not shoving too much horse dewormer up your ass. But the research can lead us to believe that a group of our species is less evolved with a larger amygdala, leading them to be over-emotional, irrational, and less capable of critical thinking. And that group is called conservatives. And this is absolutely real. Multiple studies have been done on this over decades, comparing amygdala sizes, and people who claim to be conservative have larger ones. So to put this into perspective, you know how conservatives are always talking about hunter-gatherer type shit, like alpha male? Well, that's because that's as far as their brains have evolved. And so they're actually kind of like a bunny rabbit or a horse. A domesticated horse, for example, has never experienced any real external threats in its life. But it'll see a plastic bag or a shadow, or it'll hear itself fart, and it'll freak the fuck out. Because its brain has not evolved to be like, hey, I'm safe in the pasture. It still thinks that everything is always trying to kill it. And when you think about conservatives processing their emotions like an Arabian, the horse, not the people, all the stupid shit they say and do and believe makes so much more sense. They're just terrified of everything all the time because their brains have not evolved to process the environment in which they live. Trans people, immigrants, gay people, brown people, Muslims, solar panels, electric cars, science, everything that makes them uncomfortable because they don't understand it is their plastic bag blowing in the wind that they need to run away from and try to kick the shit out of in the process. That's it. They're just dumb fucking horses running away from plastic bags all the time. Every ideology, every belief, every policy that they support is based in fear. All of their bigotry is fear. Back to the horse analogy. Horses, even in a pasture where they're protected, stick to a herd and freak out if they get away from that herd or if something else is introduced to that herd. Why? Because once upon a time there was safety in numbers and you were comfortable with the members of your in-group, with the members of your herd. But anything new, anything different could be a threat, could be dangerous. You reject that because you're afraid of it. That's why they're scared of immigrants and brown people and trans people and anybody who isn't exactly like them. Why do you think they're so obsessed with being the alpha lion wolf sheepdog that can protect their families from these imaginary threats they make up in their head? It's anxiety caused by an overactive amygdala that makes you think you need to be afraid of fucking everything. It's also where all of their insecurities come from. You want to know why all these little incels and MAGA supporters are so fucking weird? It's because they have extreme anxiety about not being a part of the herd, a part of a group. You want to know what's funny is, you know how they always brag about how they have less mental health issues than liberals or progressives or leftists or communists or socialists or whatever the fuck they feel they're calling you that day? That's not true either. They almost all have crippling levels of anxiety. Many suffer from depression and antisocial personality disorder and the whole gambit of mental illnesses. The thing about mental illness, though, is that with the exception of extreme cases, to get diagnosed with those things, you need to go seek out help for them, and they are fucking scared to do that. In part because they're scared of doctors and really anybody who ever graduated from school, but they're also scared of what they would be told by those doctors, in this case being diagnosed with a mental illness, which is something that is a scary thing to do, and you have to have courage to do that, which is hard to do if you've got a giant fucking amygdala. So, well, yeah, most of these people are horrible racist douchebags who are holding society back and destroying the world as we know it. It's not their fault. It's just that they have inferior, less evolved little pony brains. But there's good news there, Spirit. It's not like you're a different species, even though it feels like that sometimes. Even with that giant amygdala that makes you so emotional and moody, you still have enough brain power to tell it to shut the fuck up. And I get that that's not necessarily easy, but that's okay. There's help available. Go see a therapist. They will help you find methods to tell it to shut the fuck up. And then you won't be so goddamn insufferable, and the possibilities are limitless. You could get invited back to Thanksgiving. You could find a friend group that isn't based around worshiping a geriatric orange blob doing a shitty Jabba the Hutt impression. You might even find a girl to touch your pee-pee. All it takes is just a tiny, tiny little bit of bravery and probably a fair amount of medication.
And honestly, now that makes a whole lot more sense. Way more sense than Trump's economic disaster dressed up and sold as tariffs. Because this doesn't just explain bad policy, it explains behavior. It explains why so many conservative men are out here asking, why aren't women interested in us anymore? And before anyone says I'm joking, I'm not. Go on TikTok. Seriously. Just scroll for 5 minutes and listen to how women talk about MAGA men. It's not encouraging. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. People, especially women, tend to gravitate towards someone who signals stability, foresight, and protection. Someone who looks like they can build something, maintain something, and not burn the whole village down and call it freedom. That's not ideology, that's biology. And that's where the whole natural selection angle comes in. That part of the brain this guy was just talking about, yeah, it starts explaining a lot. Because tell me, what other explanation is there for a movement that keeps acting in ways that don't preserve itself? Farmers voting for the guy who puts their farms at risk. Teachers backing the guy who defunds the Department of Education and then acting shocked when jobs disappear. Working people cheering policies that make healthcare harder to access and life more expensive. None of this is self-preserving. And somehow, they manage to drag a whole lot of other people down with them too. I once heard someone say America is the only country where the rich successfully convince the poor to hate things like education and affordable healthcare.
I know, right?
And the poor actually
only
go,
in America.
Yeah, that sounds right. Wild. But also, not so wild once you understand the neuroscience behind it, the way this guy just articulated so well in his video. So anyway, that's my take. Now I want to hear yours. Drop it in the comments like you always do. I genuinely enjoy reading them, even the spicy ones. And shout out to everyone who watches till the end and continues to fund my highly caffeinated lifestyle. You guys are the real patriots. I've got a special video coming before the end of the year, and trust me, you're gonna love it. Until then, share this with someone, whisper a small prayer to the algorithm gods, and let's see what happens. Till next time, love you guys. Keep your heads up and your coffee strong.
Fascism isn't unique to America. In fact, it's becoming increasingly common all throughout the world, notably in Italy, France, Germany, the UK, Hungary, Bolivia, Brazil, Argentina, and elsewhere. And the rise of fascism is a direct result of the collapse in global capitalism, because when people's material conditions aren't met for so long, they begin to feel desperate, and that desperation makes them susceptible to radicalization, which is often exploited by opportunistic politicians who scapegoat minorities for the failures of the system. But fascist demagogues never actually improve material conditions for working people once they take power. Rather, they consolidate power and reinforce the existing capitalist status quo, but through force, since the system can no longer be sustained through normal democratic means, seeing as how it's lost popular support. But think about why capitalism always devolves in fascism. Why does this happen? See, once oligarchs accumulate so much power and wealth by rigging the system against everyone else, working people begin to question why things have gotten so bad. And fascists give them an answer to that question. It's minorities. It's immigrants, trans people, black and brown people. It's not the right answer, obviously, but it's an answer nonetheless. And that thought process is exemplified with tweets like this. Quote, I am becoming more and more convinced that the vast majority of America's problems could be solved by deporting immigrants. Housing, healthcare, wages, inflation, traffic, huge amounts of crime. And he adds, I'm genuinely starting to wonder if nearly all the problems in America today could be fixed by just deporting 100% of undocumented immigrants. Yeah, it's not the endless greed of billionaires or the system that allowed them to exist in the first place. It's other working class people. And this idiot didn't come to this conclusion.
If I
on
get
his
5
own volition.
fixers, that
He's
could be its own
parroting
spec.
propaganda
Just
that was
dump
paid for by
mags
billionaires who are
down,
doing
and I would
everything
have
that
to
they
reload till the
can
end.
to
Yeah,
prevent
keep
working
reloading
class
them.
people from having the class solidarity that rich people have with each other. Because as Zoran Mamdani put it, it's a benefit for them to get somebody making $30 an hour to hate somebody making $20 an hour. Because if you're focused on the least fortunate, you might not notice how the most fortunate are robbing you blind. Now, I'm not a class reductionist. I'm not saying that bigotry and racism will suddenly vanish if you address people's material conditions, but if you do shift power and wealth to workers by disempowering elites, you do remove at least some of the gasoline that demagogues use to fuel the fires of fascism. It's why socialism is seen as the antidote to fascism. But here's the thing. As bad as it is now, we could see an even worse, turbocharged version of fascism in a few decades because of one major issue that we've chosen to not address. And that issue is climate change. As Common Dreams reports, if we don't cut emissions by 50% by 2030, we're not going to be able to hit our target of passing a global rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as Climate Action Tracker points out, we're projected to see a 2.6 degree global rise in temperatures since we've made no progress towards the goals set out in the Paris Climate Accord in the 10 years since it was adopted. And to say that this is going to be catastrophic would be an understatement, because by 2050, there could be up to 1.2 billion, that's billion with a B, climate refugees from developing countries in Africa, the Middle East, and island nations after climate change makes all of their homes uninhabitable, which is going to cause resource scarcity and fuel conflicts. And the richest 1%, i.e. the billionaires and multimillionaires who are disproportionately responsible for the climate change crisis, know that this is coming, which is why they're currently building doomsday bunkers to prepare for the climate apocalypse that they caused. And what's crazy is that wars over water will become a common phenomenon, yet we're letting tech billionaires build data centers for generative AI slop that's consuming the drinkable water that we need to survive. And you already know that we're not going to have to wait until the end of the century to see the consequences of climate change, because we're already seeing it. We're all seeing it. Hurricane seasons have become intense. We're seeing more extremes on both ends, hotter hots, colder colds. There's a fire season every year now, basically, with fire tornadoes. And in the near future, luxury goods could become more scarce, like chocolate and coffee. And by mid-century, around the time millennials will be old enough to retire, Van R. Newkirk paints a really bleak picture about what climate change will do to America by mid-century, writing, quote, over the next 30 years or so, the changes to American life might be short of apocalyptic, but miles of heartbreak lie between here and the apocalypse, and the future toward which we are heading will mean heartbreak for millions. Many people will go in search of new homes in cooler, more predictable places. Those travelers will leave behind growing portions of America where services and comforts will be in short supply. Let's call them dead zones. Should the demolition of America's rule of law continue, authoritarianism and climate change will reinforce each other, a vicious spiral from which it will be difficult to exit. And that last sentence is a huge concern, because all of the political conditions that led to fascism will be exacerbated by climate change, and it could reinforce fascism in a way where it becomes unstoppable globally. But before we catastrophize about that too much, let's first talk about the political implications of climate change just here at home. It could trigger mass migration just domestically from hurricane and tornado prone states to more stable regions of the country. And that alone could create political instability and fuel partisanship or even political realignment if states don't do enough to adapt or accommodate the needs of larger populations. And if people from the South seek refuge in the North, for example, and they need resources from the state when they arrive at their new homes, the people who are already living there might get jealous and become less welcoming. But the people who can't move to more stable areas of the country will remain in areas that have been devastated, dead zones, as Newkirk called them. They'd live in desolate regions that are impoverished and just empty. It could cause economic panic in those areas due to, a collapse in property value since nobody wants to live there. Grocery stores wouldn't be able to make a profit and would probably shut down, creating food deserts and a scarcity of certain goods. And if the government is going to meet these needs for people in these regions, they have to do it in a substantial way, because corporations simply aren't going to service these areas if they can't make a profit off of them. Now, Newkirk argues that things won't get so bad by mid-century that entire states would become unlivable, but even just small, subtle changes in our way of life could lead to massive political and economic upheaval, but it'd pale in comparison to what would happen in developing countries. Newkirk goes on to explain, the worst climate disruptions will happen beyond U.S. borders, but they will put pressure on American society nonetheless. Migration to the southern border, perhaps the most powerful current in American politics today, is already being driven partly by ecological collapses in Central American farm economies. International monitors expect these pressures to grow over the next several years. If the country's policy today is at all indicative, detention camps for immigrants will proliferate, often in climate dead zones, and the southern border will become even more militarized. This would not be an America where the founding ideals hold much sway. The movement of people might even set states against one another. Tensions in receiving zones will, without strong growing economies, create more opportunities for demagoguery. In dead zones, the dearth of public services and the fading imprimatur of the state will naturally erode local participatory democracy. All of this could create even better conditions than those today for the kind of transactional authoritarian government that Trump is trying to establish. Xenophobia and racism are already pillars of this movement, and they would be strengthened by mass migration. State and local leaders affected by disasters might supplicate themselves to the president in order to receive the patronage of disaster aid. A hurricane or mega fire during election season might be a convenient excuse for federal intervention. The emerging Trump doctrine views empathy as a weakness and public welfare as a usurpation of the natural hierarchy. His authoritarianism is perfectly suited to an era of climate strife. So, with the prospect of 1.2 billion climate refugees by 2050, most of which will have to be welcomed by developed countries, you can already imagine the ways that fascists are going to exploit that crisis for political gain. They'll encourage tribalism and more nationalism that will resonate with Americans, not because climate refugees will make their lives worse, but because their lives will already be bad because of climate change, and climate refugees will be easy scapegoats. And just ask yourself, do you think that our government is prepared to deal with all of these issues by 2050? I think we all know the answer to that question. A government that lets 68,000 Americans die every single year due to a lack of healthcare isn't going to give a shit about desperate populations who've lost everything due to climate change. If they don't care about you literally dying, they sure as fuck aren't gonna give a damn about you losing your home due to climate change. Cronyism could become even more rampant, and corrupt politicians are probably gonna try to further enrich billionaires and by then trillionaires in order to get on their good.
I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, kitty, I'm not gonna sit on you. It's okay. It's alright, kitty. Just sitting down. Have a spot on my lap if you want. Glowing deck law. Oh, not too good. Stupid deck law. I should have opened up with the nuke. I didn't think about it. And then shot his ass with Oh, I'm gonna put my headphones back in. Sorry guys, I'm good for the rest of the night. Just had to check on my family and stuff. Fuck, you just like tore through me and stunned me. Son of a bitch, son of a bitch. Maybe I should put a tent down out there. Ooh, yes, buy my stuff, yeah. tits. Fucking annoying. I think if I can lure him to the house, I can kill him. For some kind of elevated position, I could just shoot his ass to death. Maybe I can land on one of those branches up there, maybe. Look, that one really hurt him for some reason. I might be able to get him. Oh, but I got his ass. Did I kill him? Yeah, I think I got his ass. Yeah, I got credit, yeah. Fucking dick. Hey, I got most of a level here. I don't know where his body is. I don't know where his body was. Well, I don't know, but I killed him, so... Oh, we're done. Okay, so I... Yep, I want to go... have the Magpie Sentinel go meet with... Fallout 76, is there a perk that helps... Fallout 76, is there a perk that helps you avoid explosion damage from your own weapons? One out of perception, 2 out of intelligence. Fallout 76 explosive perks cards. No, I have it all. Alejandro. Just dumping perk points in, trying to get all the cards. That was fun. 200, not bad. 200 atoms. I want this Festival of Lights jetpack. Cool, let's go turn it on. Cool, Festival of Lights jetpack. Oh, the backpack? It's a power armor jetpack, but oh well. $30,000 caps again. I'm not going to be able to finish this without bumping people in. I'm just going to go fast. Oh no. I'm gonna have some chocolate ice cream. Ah. What? Wait, did I switch cars? I forgot what I was doing, huh? I did. Oops. There's like a ding, ding, ding because the car door's open. Disconnected. It's a sign. I will do a Starfield load. Or no, I don't think I am going to do a Starfield load. I'm just going to have some chocolate ice cream real quick, and then I will play some Overwatch, I think. Yeah. But first I will have some chocolate ice cream. Just glancing around at the stuff they have. See what they have. Final Fantasy 16 is half off. It's not like me to not play a Final Fantasy game, but I don't like their modern stuff. So, you know, I liked Outriders, but I don't think it's the right game. There's a lot of good stuff. Okay, here we go. Oh no, Nicki Minaj went off at the MAGA convention. Oh, Nicki Minaj is MAGA, huh?
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm gonna show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at Dropsite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were once again over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live, and because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff. I'm sure Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that. And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later, because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top, and it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim, and I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And then they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are 2 names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced the FBI just
oh, you skipped it, you son of a fucking bitch-ass piece of shit software
the right
developer.
people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are 2 names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right? Except then she got moved to Club Fed, to this nice prison, right? And by the way, that a whole interesting interview we saw happen with Todd Blanche, Trump's former defense lawyer. So he got grilled on Meet the Press about his relationship. Like, why did Ghislaine Maxwell go to this nicer prison immediately afterwards? And while he declines to comment on it, he says something very interesting.
Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Miss Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety.
All right, so he's like, yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm not going to talk about that, but every decision lands on my desk. I mean, eventually he goes on to say that, oh, she was in so much danger. We were worried about her safety as a prisoner. I just got to say, there's a lot of concern about Ghislaine Maxwell. All of a sudden, I don't know where that came from. There's not a lot of concern about these conspirators that I guess we've swept under the rug, that we don't care about anymore since 2019. I guess we knew about them and didn't care. And what's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly.
You ran on this, you idiots.
I think Bill Clinton's
you ran on
a big
this.
Boy. He can handle it.
You ran on this.
We have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago,
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, which, by the way, I think you need some kind of like standard of evidence for. I'm not a lawyer, you guys can chime in, but you can't just get a search warrant without some kind of evidence that you believe there's a crime that's been committed. And part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including Blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is Blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here. Now, that's all I want to talk about for now. Remember, this is a developing story, so there's, I'm sure, going to be more evidence that comes out. I will try to keep you updated. I'm probably going to cover more of this stuff in the future because there's so much here. But I had to get this out while it was basically not public yet. I mean, I think it's eventually going to be public. When, we don't know. But you can access all of it at jmail.world. I'll leave a link in the description. They have a special drive section. The original pitch was it's like email, but you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. Now they've made it like the entire Google account, so you can log into his drive folder and all that kind of stuff. It's fun, it's a great UI, but more importantly, it makes it all very searchable and you can look at it. I think you'll all really enjoy it. I also wanted to give a special shout out to the Drop Site team. And finally, we just uploaded on CoffeeZilla. I don't like to upload the same day on both channels because it kind of cannibalizes views. This is such a breaking story that I decided to break my rule. But if you could go, please give that a watch. It's a really great story that we spent a lot of time on, and I'd appreciate it if you check that out as well. I'll leave that link down below too. And yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
You're fine. You're good, baby. Oops. It's 121 gigs. 121 gigs. Wow, I don't think I need to read the Epstein files, and I don't want it. I'm not going to leaf through the Epstein files. I think that's not my business. I think it's best for other people to do. Jesus Christ, Kitty, you just set up shop on my chest, huh? All right. Oh, I didn't get mining. I'm dumb. I'm done. I have to go back. Son of a bitch. I want to fish for midnight. I wonder if I can. I wonder if I can. I don't mind fishing actually. It's a great little pastime. Just do Grand Theft Auto and X4 stuff when I'm bored. Cute little K. Cute little K. Cute little K. Wait, what? COT? No, no, no. That's not what I wanted. Beautiful little kitty. Oh, wait, this isn't the mining, that's blacksmithing. Mining is... Oh, I have to charge my keyboard. Get this orange cord out of this mess. Okay. I don't remember where the mining trainer is now. crystallized runes for some reason. Much better. Now I can mine. So I'm going to go mining and herbing and fishing in this game. Wow, they really changed this. Goddamn. Some of this stuff will be too high level, huh? No, they let you do it. Yeah, no, another thing about this is you don't really need, well, I guess you do need. Yeah, where is my action bar 1? That's what's actually happening, is it's off the screen. Oh, revert all changes will be terrible. Where's my bar 1? Just exit. I think what happened is I think I can probably fix this. If I make the UI smaller, no, it is as small as it goes. Action bar 1 is just not there. Bar 1 is not there, and that's terrible. Where is it? Oh, revert all changes, I think, which is so shitty now. No. Why is action bar 2 down there? Where is action bar 1? It's like not on my bar anywhere. Oh. What happened to my bar? I'm gonna have to like... Oh. Where is... Oh, okay, there we go. Action bar 1. Something about this way this is, it's like glitched. And now I've lost my bar. Oh, action bar 1, what happened? I'll just rebuild, I guess. I don't know. Not all of this is totally gone. Or, I mean, it is, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. Something happened. What the hell was that? Was that you, kitty? Oh, it was you. Okay. Aww. Oh, something happened, and I have to redo all my fucking bars for some reason. Oh, this extra new workout to do. It's fucking so annoying. I have to like save all this again. So annoying to do all this when I just did it. So fucking annoying. Hi, here, come sit on my lap. Come sit on my lap, kitty. Oops. I got this a little bit caught up here. Hold on just a second. There we are. Okay, come sit. Good kitty. Hello, love. Save. Okay, so these could be here, I suppose. Hi. You cute little kitty. Oh, you're just on top of me, huh? Hello, beautiful kitty. Yep, you are a beautiful kitty. Okay, that's a bit better. Vehicle seats and HUD tool tip. Where's the fucking thing for that? I won't be able to see it. And then HUD tool tip, and then this player or this target frame. I want buffs on top. Yep, so I can bring it down. And then go possess bar. Tracked buffs. Critical stops, dance bar, tracked buffs, possessed bar, encounter bar, enemy, vehicle exit button. If we could, it would be good to get it right on that line and then bring the other one over. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. And then the cast bar can go down here. And the talking head. And I think that's a bit better. And then we take this, we take it up here. Equipment durability. Okay. Save, and then everything else should be the same. Third person on. EO numbers, yeah. Look at those pretty numbers, yeah. I love my thingy. Little better.